All in line. And they're off. Broadway Ruckus broke to the inside. Let's say this in Breach of Trust or both showing speed. Here comes Broadway Ruckus. On the far outside, This Cat is by Jax. I'm No Sleepy Joe is going to take back along the rail as they race into the clubhouse turn. It's a duel up front. Breach of Trust on the outside of Broadway Ruckus. Taking back into third is Let's Say This. He's 1.5 off of the pace. It's another length back to I'm No Sleepy Joe, and then 3 more to This Cat is by Jax. 6 furlongs to go. The opening quarter was 23 flat. It is Breach of Trust, now a half length better than Broadway Ruckus. Out in the 3-path in third is Let's Say This. 2.5 more back to I'm No Sleepy Joe, who's saving ground from fourth, and then 6 back to the trailer. This Cat is by Jax. Midway down the backstretch, it is Breach of Trust still being pressured by Broadway Ruckus. Loving what he sees in third is Let's Say This. The half was 47 seconds flat. 5 lengths back to I'm No Sleepy Joe, who continues to race in fourth. This Cat is by Jax, still has to make up 8 lengths on the leaders. Breach of Trust is inching away from Broadway Ruckus. The lead is now a length. Here comes I'm No Sleepy Joe, splitting horses into contention. 3 wide is Let's Say This. Midway round the turn, it is Breach of Trust still leading the way, but here comes I'm No Sleepy Joe looking to threat at the quarter pole. 3 quarters and 1:13 and 2. Breach of Trust still has a short lead over I'm No Sleepy Joe on the outside. Let's Say This needs to do better. Broadway Ruckus fourth along the inside. Down the stretch they come. It's Breach of Trust still leading the way. I'm No Sleepy Joe down the outside. I'm No Sleepy Joe and Breach of Trust dueling it out. I'm No Sleepy Joe now has the advantage as they come down to the wire. It is I'm No Sleepy Joe and Sofia Vivez. Breach of Trust second, then Let's Say This, Broadway Ruckus, and This Cat is by Jax. 146 flat. And they're off. Out in a good line, it's Sneaky Rebel breaking best on the far outside, getting ahead with Passion to Please splitting them. And up the rail, here's a rush from Green Gables. The early trailer, about 3 lengths off the lead, is going to be Love My Cheryl. It is Green Gables ahead in front of Passion to Please and getting ahead. They're 3 across the track. Sneaky Rebel is taken back into fourth, 2.5 lengths off the lead, and Love My Cheryl continues to trail. The opening quarter was a quick 22 flat. Green Gables and Passion to Please are battling on the lead. Taking back now, getting ahead is third. Fourth along the inside, Sneaky Rebel. Love My Cheryl begins to gain momentum midway around the turn. With a quarter of a mile to go, Green Gables has opened up a length on Passion to Please. Love My Cheryl is rallying up the fence, 3 wide, getting ahead. Down the stretch they come. It is Green Gables looking to go gate to wire. Getting ahead, rallying down the outside, and here comes Love My Cheryl off the rail to split them. Love My Cheryl sticks ahead in front of getting ahead. Green Gables is tired. Final 16th, it is Love My Cheryl, last to first under Brian Shane. Love My Cheryl going on to win by 2, then getting ahead, Green Gables, Sneaky Rebel, and Passion to Please, 105 and 1. All in line. And they're off. Autumn So Flashy caught a flyer, but it's going to be Reload Bullet surging out to the early lead. It is Reload Bullet leading the way. Second is I Live by Faith. Third on the outside is Bust a Groove. Racing in fourth is Spirit Bell. After that fast break, Autumn So Flashy is back into fifth. It's 1.5 back to Le Grand Garçon and well back to Which Is Not, who trails as they race into the turn. 3 across the track as they pass the quarter mile in 23 flat. Along the rail, it is Reload Bullet, 3 wide. Here comes Bust a Groove to take the lead. Splitting them is I Live by Faith. It's a gap of 4 back to Autumn So Flashy, who's 2 lengths better than Spirit Bell. Le Grand Garçon and Which Is Not is still the trailer. They swing for the drive. It is Bust a Groove on top, but I Live by Faith is digging in the middle. Reload Bullet still there from the rail. Autumn So Flashy tries to rally from the back. It is I Live by Faith leading over Bust a Groove. Third on the inside, Reload Bullet. I Live by Faith getting away in the final 70 yards. It's I Live by Faith. Autumn So Flashy rallied to be second. A photo for show between Bust a Groove and Reload Bullet. 59-3. And they're off. Snell Flicka broke sharply with Shanghai Kimmy. Deep on the track is Shelley the Rocket. Let's Run 2 is taking back to fourth, and the early trailer is going to be Sweet Finale. The field is spread out by about 4 lengths. It is Snell Flicka, the clear pace setter. She's a length and a half better than Shelley the Rocket, who's second on the outside. Between horses, Shanghai Kimmy. Let's Run 2 advances along the rail to share place. 1.5 back to Sweet Finale, who trails only 3 lengths off the lead. The opening quarter was 22-3. Leading the way, it is Snell Flicka. Shelley the Rocket is second on the outside. Let's Run 2 third. Shanghai Kimmy between them. Sweet Finale is angling to the outside, trying to launch a bid as they reach the quarter pole. It is still Snell Flicka looking to go gate to wire. Snell Flicka has the lead. Shelley the Rocket second. Sweet Finale winding up on the outside. Let's Run 2 rallying along the rail. It is Snell Flicka still on top. Shelley the Rocket and Sweet Finale down the outside. Snell Flicka still has a 2-length cushion. 16th of a mile to go. It is Snell Flicka. Brandon Boulanger looks to take this one gate to wire and looks like it's going to accomplish that. Snell Flicka on top. Let's Run 2 was second. Then Sweet Finale and Shelley the Rocket. 106-1. And they're off. Thelonious broke sharply. Here comes Diamondback to put the pressure on. 4 Knights along the rail looking for position, and Party of No will also race forwardly from the outside gate. At the back are Bocelli, AI Initiative out wide, and the trailer is Crumlin Experience. They race into the clubhouse turn. It is Diamondback setting the pace. Second on the inside is 4 Knights. On the outside is Party of No. Gap of 2 back to Thelonious. Then we have Bocelli, AI Initiative wide on the track, and Crumlin Experience continues to trail. The quarter is 23-4. The field is spread out by about 7 lengths, and Diamondback leads the way as they turn into the backstretch. Party of No is a length back in second on the outside. Third saving ground is 4 Knights. Gap of 2 back to the trio of Thelonious, Bocelli, and AI Initiative. Then 3 more back to Crumlin Experience. Half mile in 47 and 3, and Diamondback continues to lead the way. Putting a little bit of pressure on now is Party of No as they race within the final half mile. Four Knights is still racing in third, about 2.5 lengths off of the leaders. It's a gap of 4 back to Thelonious, who begins to stall. Bocelli and AI Initiative to his outside, and Crumlin Experience angles to the outside as he begins his rally. 3/4 and 1, 12 and 2. Diamondback looks to go all the way. Party of No breathing down his neck at the quarter pole. Four Knights has 4 lengths to gain on them. Then we have Thelonious, AI Initiative, and Crumlin Experience. Bocelli is now the trailer. They swing for home. Diamondback clinging to the lead. Party of No now sticks his head in front. These two are drifting out as they race down the stretch. Party of No a short lead over Diamondback that's well back to Four Knights in third. Party of No takes the advantage. It's going to be Party of No and Jeffrey Alderson staggering home but going to win. Party of No a length, Diamondback held second, then Four Knights and Crumlin Experience in a photo for show, 148 flat. And they're off. MC Jackhammer broke like a shot. Here comes Blues Power from the far outside, and Rolling Hills between them. These three are across the track, 3 lengths better than Gus's Gamble. The trailer is going to be Voyant. Trying to clear from the outside gate, it is Blues Power, a length better than Rolling Hills. MC Jackhammer is taken back to third. He's about 4 lengths off the leader. Then we have Gus's Gamble and Voyant. They are well spread out midway round the turn. It is Blues Power leading the way. The quarter was 22 and 3. Angling to the outside, Rolling Hills is under the whip. Voyant is trying to get rolling, trying to pass MC Jackhammer. The trailer is now Gus's Gamble. They swing for home. Blues Power is looking to go all the way. Rolling Hills is second. Third is Voyant. Down the stretch they come. Blues Power has the lead, 46 and 2 for the half. Rolling Hills is trying. It's Blues Power leading the way. Rolling Hills one last push. Final 70 yards. This is going to get close. Blues Power and Rolling Hills down to the wire. Photo finish. Photo between Blues Power and Rolling Hills. MC Jackhammer was third, then Gus's Gamble and Voyant, 59 and 4. All in line. And they're off. The Newfie Express broke sharply. Here comes Half Lit setting out for the pace. Blockbuster is third along the inside with Unilateral in range as they race into the clubhouse turn. Field of 4 is well compact. It is Half Lit leading the way. He's 3/4 of a length better than the Newfie Express, who races second on the outside. With a gap of 1.5 back to Unilateral and Blockbuster as they race around the turn. Just over 6 furlongs to go. Half Lit went the opening quarter in 23 and 2. He leads a length to the Newfie Express, who's watching from second. It's another 1.5 back to Unilateral, who's third on the outside of Blockbuster, saving ground. Whole field is within about 3 lengths of each other. Half Lit continues to lead the way. He's opened up 2 lengths on the Newfie Express. Blockbuster advances on the inside. He's now a neck better than Unilateral, who's closer than normal, as the dynamics are a bit different in this small field. 46-4 for the half. They race into the final turn. Half Lit has opened up a 5-length advantage. He's not asked for anything yet. The Newfie Express is tapped on from second. Unilateral is under a ride in third, passing Blockbuster, who needs to do better. Midway around the turn, it is Half Lit looking to go gate to wire. His lead is 4 lengths as they reach the quarter pole. The Newfie Express now asked for more. 3/4 in 112 and 1. They swing for the drive. It is Half Lit. He's got 5-length cushion on the Newfie Express. Unilateral from the back end. Blockbuster is last with 1/8 of a mile to go. Half Lit. Nobody's headed him yet. It is Half Lit and Markley Buchanan. They're up by 5. The only threat is the Newfie Express. With a 1/16 of a mile to go, though, nobody is going to catch Half Lit. It is Half Lit in front. Half Lit held by 2 lengths. The Newfie Express, then Unilateral and Blockbuster. 144 and 3. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Fort Erie Racetrack on a beautiful Tuesday afternoon. It is 80s night here at the races. We got a lot of fun 80s themed things going on here at the track today. It's a nice day out. It's very windy, 23 degrees Celsius or 73 Fahrenheit. The main track is fast and the turf is listed as good with the rail out 12 feet, 34 minutes to first post. Visit our website, fortierieracing.com, for info about everything going on the track, live video streaming of all the races, and all of our race replays. Tune into the pre-race show to get info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping selections, and info about upcoming races and events. Racing is back next week at Fort Erie. We've got our Sunday, August 13th card featuring the Basset Hound races. First post will be 1:05, and then Tuesday, August 15th, we will be starting at our standard 4:30 time. And as a reminder, next week there will be no races on Monday, August 14th. As previously mentioned, it is 80s night here at the track. We have retro arcade games. We're going to be playing some 80s movie clips between races. And after the last race, we'll have our free concert featuring the Back to the 80s band, sponsored by Robbins Real Estate. 2023 Basset Hound races are coming up this Sunday, August 13th. The last dog racing event of the year, sponsored by Pet Food Outlet and Dave McMahon Dog Training Academy. Save the date, the 88th running of the Prince of Wales Stakes will be held on Tuesday, September 12th. Head down to the Paddock Shack for burgers, hot dogs, sausages, fries, poutine, beer, and soft drinks. The Paddock Shack is located near the walking ring. Book your table in the Turfside Dining Room, open on live racing days. Reservations are recommended. The new Homestretch Bar is now open, located next to the Tiki Barbecue. Treat your team to an exciting day at the races. It's only $13.25 per person. The track pack includes one food item, one drink, and a Fort Erie live racing program. For more information, go to our website. Become a member of HPIBet.com today. Get $100 when you bet $100, plus your first bet is on us. Tune into Your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. All of our Pick 4s and Pick 5s are now guaranteed with pools of $10,000. Pick 5s kick off in Race 1 and Race 3, and Pick 4s in Race 2 and Race 4. Jackpot High Five wagering offered here in the last race today. Jackpot carryover is $41,898.06. Smoking is allowed in designated areas only at Fort Erie Racetrack. No food or beverage is permitted in these areas, and no cannabis is allowed on the property. Coming up next are today's changes. No changes in Race 1. No changes in Race 2. In Race 3, an overweight on number 1, Lunatica, 3 pounds over at 120. Vet scratch the number 2, Hear Me Knocking. And an overweight on number 6, Santiago Salsa, will be 1 pound over at 113. In Race 4, an overweight on number 7, My Song Baby, 1 pound over at 121. No changes in Race 5. In Race 6, an overweight on number 2, Raging Bear, 1 pound over at 121. In Race 7, a rider change on the number 1, Super Follow. Make the rider Amanda Vandermeersch correct the weight to 115 pounds with a single bug. Vet scratch the number 4, Silent Creek. And a rider change on number 8, Ashwicken. Make the rider Jeffrey Alderson. I'm joined here today by our Marketing and Communications Manager, James Kulik, here to talk about the upcoming Basset Hound races on Sunday. James, what do we have to look forward to this weekend?
All the usual fun stuff's coming back for the next dog race. The Wiener dog races went pretty smoothly. Everyone had a good time, so we're going to stick to the same kind of script, but we're swapping out the Wieners for Basset Hounds this time. It's a lot of fun. It's a little bit different. Those Wiener dogs, they're actually pretty quick, some of them. The Basset Hounds, they tend to be a little on the chunkier side. They're not quite as quick. They're a little bit clumsier. As you see here, we had a collision last year. So it's a little bit more of a kind of a laugh than the Wiener dogs. The Wiener dogs are a lot of fun, but the Basset Hounds, there's something about them that just, brings a smile to everybody's face for sure.
Yeah, the Basset Hounds are a bit more of a relaxed event, I would say, than the Wiener dogs.
Definitely.
Well, I'll give the Wiener dogs credit. We didn't have any run halfway up the track like we did last year.
No, the Wiener dogs were fairly focused this year.
We had a very well-behaved group of dogs this year.
We did. I'm just putting the program together for the Bassets now, but I definitely noticed when I was going through the Wiener dogs, a lot of them were in that kind of 5, 10, 15 pound category, and man, I got to tell you, some of these Basset hounds, you'd be shocked by some of the weights that they're coming in at, 35, 40. There's like a 50-pounder in there. So some of them are some pretty chunky boys out there on Sunday.
How many races for the Basset Hounds are we expecting?
Well, we'll probably have the full slate again, depending on, we've had a few dropouts. We'll probably have the full complement of 4 to 5 heats, and then the winners will move on to the finals. We're no mixed breed for this one. I guess the mixed breeds aren't maybe as popular for the Basset Hounds. There's not as many mixed Bassets as there are for the mixed wiener dogs, but we'll definitely have the full slate of races, and people will have a lot of fun with them. So.
And are we going to have any more events or anything else going on track that day? Anything else for the public to look forward to?
Yeah, so the kids got a real kick out of Fluffy the Clown being here for wiener dogs. She had a very long, busy day of doing a lot of balloon animals for the kids. So she'll be back here doing that. The food trucks will be here to keep everyone happy with lots of things to eat and delicious stuff. So there'll be lots of stuff to do on the day. The farmers market will be back. We'll have the walking ring will be stuffed full of all our market vendors, so you can grab stuff there, and plenty of things to do.
Perfect. Well, I'm sure it'll be a very good day, James. We appreciate you coming up. I like your 80s get-up for today's 80s night at the races.
It is 80s night. We got the arcade downstairs. We got a great band later tonight for, back to the 80s. They're going to do some awesome 80s hits. I don't actually remember the 80s myself. I was born in 1985, but people tell me it was a good decade. So.
I was born in 96, so I wasn't even here to exist during the 80s. So
we'll take the word for it.
But if a race goes silent, it's because I'm downstairs playing Pac-Man.
Sounds good.
James, thanks for coming up. Appreciate it. Have a great day.
Thanks.
So with that, we've got a 7-race card to preview today. Let's get into our selections. Race 1 is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have not won 2 races in 2023. We're going to go 5 1/2 furlongs for a price of $8,000 down to $7,000. Top pick here is the number 2, Fresh Dreams. Chris Husbands has the call for trainer Howard Keane, who had a winner on yesterday's card. Fresh Dreams was a winner at the $8,000 level on July 11th, then came back on July 25th in a pretty solid turf race and ran a very credible 4th behind Silent Guru, Pluie Davril. That was a good group of mares. She gets back to the dirt here, gets some easier company, and should have some speed to run at. The number 3, Jara. This is a very game mare, 6-time winner, has done well here at the Border Oval. Jara last raced on July 4th in an optional 10,000 event. She dueled every step of the way with Gimbala and came out a nose in front at the wire. Third place finisher Cozy Valentine came out of that race to win for 12.5 a couple of weeks ago. Jara takes the drop in for 8,000 off of that win. That's probably the only real concern, because otherwise she's just a very honest racehorse. To the outside, we've got number 5, Determined Love, last year's quarter-mile champion. Rapid out of the gate. Fortunately, she hasn't gotten an opportunity to go 2 furlongs yet this season. She was a winner going 5/8 on June 6th, then came back in the long run aftercare stakes. She did not break at all that day. Hopped up, could not make the lead, and was basically wrapped up in the stretch. She's had a couple of months to freshen up now. Determined Love, if she can out-sprint everyone to the lead, is in with a shot to go gate to wire. Race 2 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won 2 races in 2023. We're going to go 6 furlongs for a price of $6,250 down to $6,000. Starting to see more of the non-winners of 2 this year category being written as we're midway through the season. This is actually the 20th racing day of the season, the halfway point. I'm going to go with the Delaware Invader, number 5, WW Springtime. This one coming up for trainer Elliott Sullivan, who's been a longtime staple at Fort Erie. He has not had a presence here this year. He's been based more in the States. But he has raced here with lots of success in the past, WW Springtime. Had 2 wins in consecutive races, May 27th and June 15th in Delaware. But has had to face a couple of tougher groups in his last 2 starts, and the results have been regressing. So he ships up here, gets the class drop in for $6,250 Canadian, the 7-year-old son of Cantharos. Should be a contender with this group. Sofia Vivez had a 2-win day yesterday. Number 3, Fafa Fui. I think this is probably the deserving favorite in this race. Fafa Fui made his first start of the season on July 24th at the $8,000 level. Had a nice trip and proved best in the stretch, beating Hiatus and Dotted Line, both classy runners in their own right. Fafa Fui, now second off the layoff, takes the drop in for $6,250. Very tough to knock, this 7-year-old son of Alternation. Then an interesting invader, the number 2, Beast from the East, comes up for trainer Mario Maver, who sent up a few weeks ago. Beast from the East raced at Finger Lakes on July 11th, where he was stalked the pace, made a bid, and flattened out at the $5,000 level. Beast from the East makes his second start off of a couple of month break. Does not look out of place with this group. Race 3 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. We're going to go 1 mile and 70 yards for a price of $6,250 down to $6,000. Big scratch in the number 2, Hear Me Knocking, who figured to be a contender with this group. Got another Elliott Sullivan invader here, the number 3, Golden Cella, who broke his maiden on April 3rd at Mahoning Valley, wire to wire, going a mile by 4 lengths. Then was off until July 13th, came back at Delaware over soft turf for $16,000. Broke slowly and was never a factor. He was 8th of 12 in that race. He was 89 to 1. He's not going to be 89 to 1 here. He's the 9 to 5 morning line favorite. No more soft turf. Big drop in for $6,250. Back to the dirt. He's got route speed. Pretty tough horse to knock. Sofia Vivez has the call on this one. Number 5, Timmins, goes for trainer Richie Morden and leading owner Bruno Chickadans. Ishmael Mascara has the call. Timmins had a perfect trip to win on the turf on May 30th, but he's been racing well in his 2 starts against winners. Last time he looked like a winner in mid-stretch, but was run down by a very game Feeling on July 18th. He's very win-shy, just 1 for 21 in his career, but he's knocking on the door at this level. Timmins, a very logical contender with this bunch. And then the number 1, Lunatica. This filly is by Hyper. She's taking on the boys here. Finished 2nd behind Too Sweet for Me on July 24th. Had an okay run going a mile on the turf last 2 starts ago. Had a 3rd, mile 16th on the dirt last year. So we know the 2 turns is manageable. See if she can take the step up, rising in price and taking on the boys here in this 5-horse field. We're on the turf for race 4. It's a maiden claimer for 3-year-olds and up, going to sprint about 5 furlongs for a price of $4,000 down to $3,750. Field of 7 to kick off the late pick 4. Number 5, Miss D's Pride, is taken nicely to the turf. He had a good 4th going this distance for $8,000 on July 18th. Came back a week later, stretched out to 7 furlongs, and ran another pretty credible 2nd behind Unbridled Inferno. We know he likes the turf. He doesn't have to beat much here. Son of Gamble's Exchange figures to be a contender. Number 4, Lemons and Diamonds, another one coming up for Elliott Sullivan. Bruno Chickadans, the owner of this one. Lemons and Diamonds has been on the board in 8 of his 12 lifetime starts. He's never raced on turf before. He's by Lemon Drop Kid, though. That is turf breeding. It's Kentucky-bred 4-year-old filly. Could be a wake-up contender here. Then the number 1, Chicago Freddy, had a bad break in his Fort Erie debut on July 18th. He cuts in half, down for $4,000. Pierre Mailhot will pick up the mount for trainer Jimmy Goldenberg. Race 5 is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4 races. We're going to go 6 furlongs, field of 7. Going to go with the number 5, Jungle Goddess. Sharon Chicado trains this one for Jim Vitier. Leo Salez will ride. Jungle Goddess was very disappointing on July 18th. She dueled on the lead and spit the bit, finished dead last at this level. But her form before that was quite good. She benefits from the track being wet. There's no doubt about that. She's actually never hit the board over a fast track, which is a concern. But she does look like she could be the controlling speed here, and you might get some value if she can rebound off of that poor last performance. Number 2, Remember Old Times, rattled off 3 consecutive wins last fall. This year she's improved a little bit with every start. In her most recent start, she was 2nd by a length behind Snell Flicka, who we just saw come back to win again yesterday. Remember Old Times, looks like she's sitting on a win. Definitely looks like a contender here. Chris Husbands rides this one for the 2nd time. Number 7, Luema, could be a long shot to spice things up. She's another one. Her form is improving a little bit with every start. She was 4th on July 10th for the $4,000 level, making up a little bit of ground at the end. If she keeps moving in the right direction, Luema could pick up a minor check today. Allowance runners in race 6, 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. We're going to go 6 1/2 furlongs, field of 5, but it's a competitive bunch. You can make a case for pretty much all of them. The number 2, Raging Bear, Helen Vanek and Nick Malini team up here. They're always a dangerous combo. Raging Bear made his Fort Erie debut going 1 mile and 70 yards last week and ran a pretty good third behind Woodbine Invader Nicolau. Also coming in from Woodbine was the runner-up Grand Gizmo. Raging Bear cuts back in distance. I think he showed he can handle the dirt. If the speed falls apart, he could be the one to pick up the pieces. Number 3, Ernie's Martini, made his Fort Erie debut on July 25th. Stalked the pace and kicked clear to win at about 7-5. Makes the logical next move to the non-winners of 2 Allowance Company. Figures to be well bet for the red-hot barn of Kevin Buttigieg. And the number 1 Action Point. He's been racing primarily, he raced in the non-winners of 3 category on July 24th. Ran on to be third by a length behind Mobilizer, who pulled off a 30-1 stunner on that day. Action Point's record over the Fort Erie Dirt is very good. He's on the board more often than not. Looks like he's in with a group he can handle. Emil Ramsamy rides for trainer Josh Robillard. Last race of the day is a maiden allowance race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up. We're going to go about 7 furlongs over the turf course. Going to take a look to the inside. Number 1, Super Follow. Amanda Vandermeer picks up the mount for trainer Mickey Neubauer, whose barn has been very consistent this season. They've been on the board in all 8 of their starts. Super Follow ran on June 26th, going 1 mile and 70 yards, and ran on pretty well to be third. She had some trouble turning for home and was able to recover. She gets on the turf for the first time. She's had some time to freshen up, a couple of breezes in between. Super Follow should be able to save ground and come with a good run. Number 2, Holiday with Amy, comes down from Woodbine. Has been racing at the $25,000 level. She made up a bit of ground to be 6th on July 23rd over the inner turf. Before that, she ran 2nd behind repeat winner Very Gizmo. She's been keeping decent company for those levels at Woodbine. Likes the turf, should fare pretty well with these. Then the number 8, Ashwicken. We're in a very good third, beating just a half length at this level on July 24th. She likes this Fort Erie turf course. She can work out a trip from the 7-hole. She scratched into the 7-hole. Ashwicken could be a factor. Jeffrey Alderson picks up the mount. So let's look at our 7-race card today. Have fun at 80s night at the races. Remember, we got our free concert after the last race, so be sure to stick around. 16 minutes to first post.
It's easy to make a bet on HPIBet.com. Follow these simple steps and you'll be betting in no time. First, go to the HPIBet.com website. Sign in to your HPIBet account. Find the track and race you want to bet on. Click on the Place Bet button. Click on the bet type you want to wager with. Click on the amount you want to wager. Click on the horse you want to wager on. Click on the green Place Bet button. Review your bet confirmation information. It's all done. Remember, all this can be done on most mobile devices. Now cheer on your pick to victory.
Horses are making their way on track for today's first race. It's a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have not won 2 races in 2023. We're going to go 5 1/2 furlongs for a price of $8,000 down to $7,000. Race 1 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 5 wagering with a pool guaranteed at $10,000. First to parade, number 1 is JMR Gemma. Amanda Vandermeersch rides for trainer John Sims, who owns in partnership with Denise Carpenter. Number 2 is Fresh Dreams. Chris Husband's in the saddle for trainer Howard Keene and owner Fortunato Galati. Number 3 is Jara. Pierre Mailhot in the saddle for trainer Richard Davis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Desmond Maynard owns and trains the number 4, Hasn't Hit Me Yet. The rider is Juan Crawford. Completing the field, number 5 is Determined Love. Helen Vanek rides for owner-trainer Nick Malini Jr. 5 minutes to post for race 1, $10,000 guaranteed early pick 5 kicks off here. Three minutes to post. Starting gate is in position. We have 1 minute to post for today's first race. Horses for today's first race are approaching the starting gate. It is now post time. 9-5 favorite is currently the number 3, Jara, looking for her second consecutive win. 2-1 on the outside runner, Determined Love. 5-2 third choice is number 2, Fresh Dreams. Field of 5 to kick off the $10,000 guaranteed early pick 5 on 80s night. First to go up is JMR Gemma, a last out winner with Amanda Vandermeersch. Fresh Dreams and Chris Husbands to gate 2. Jara with Pierre Mailhot. Hasn't Hit Me Yet and Juan Crawford. The last up will be Determined Love with Helen Vanek. All in line. And they're off. Determined Love broke on top. She's going to rush out to clear for the early lead. Jara out a bit slowly. She's the trailer. Second between horses is Fresh Dreams, who's rushing up to the leader. Along the rail, JMR Gemma. 4 deep is Hasn't Hit Me Yet. And here comes Jara with a rush in the 5-path. The whole field is within 2 lengths of each other. Determined Love has rebroken away. She's 1.5 up. It's a stack of 4 next. Jara rushing. Hasn't Hit Me Yet has to check between horses. Fresh Dreams also taking back along the rail. JMR Gemma is sharing second. The quarter was 22-3 into the wind. It is Determined Love at 7-5. She's opened up 4 under a hold. JMR Gemma is now second as Jara begins to stall. Hasn't Hit Me Yet is angling to the far outside, and the trailer is Fresh Dreams. Within the quarter pole, they hit the top of the stretch, and it's Determined Love looking to go gate to wire. 45-2 for the half. Determined Love up by 2. Here comes JMR Gemma. She's the only threat. Determined Love clinging to a short lead. JMR Gemma sticks to head in front. JMR Gemma takes control. Determined Love trying to hold place from Jara. Coming down to the wire, it's JMR Gemma and Amanda Vandermeersch. Jara was second, then Hasn't Hit Me Yet, a photo for the bottom spot, 105-1. Unofficial in race 1, the winner is number 1, JMR Gemma. Second, number 3, Jara. Third, number 4, Hasn't Hit Me Yet. And fourth, number 5, Determined Love. Unofficial race 1 order is 1, 3, 4, 5. Now back to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's first race, number 1, JMR Gemma. JMR Gemma is a 4-year-old dark bay or brown filly by Giant Gizmo out of She's a Ringer, bred here in Ontario by Nick Nozawenko. Ridden to victory today by Amanda Vandermeersch, JMR Gemma is trained by John Sims, who part owns with Denise Carpenter. That's back-to-back wins for JMR Gemma, her second of the year and fourth in her lifetime, completing the 5 1/2 furlongs today in a time of 1:05 1. Hold all tickets until race 1 is made official. It's official. JMR Gemma, 940, 370, and 310. Number 3, Jara, 340 and 260. And number 4, Hasn't Hit Me Yet, 410. The $2 exacta, 1-3, 24.80. The $1 try, 134, 37.25. $1 super, 1345, $123.95. On screen now, the 4th place photo for today's first race. We had a claim out of the first race, the number 5, Determined Love, claimed by Bruno Schickadans, moves to the barn of trainer Marilyn Johnston. We want to wish a very happy birthday to Estelle, who's here celebrating with us today. Happy birthday, Estelle, from all of your friends and family here at Fort Erie Racetrack. "19 minutes to post for race 2. There are no changes."
The early pick 4 gets underway here in race 2 at 6 furlongs on the main track. It's a claiming event for non-winners of 2 in 2023. A claiming price of $6,250. And a field of 6 here will go postward. And looking at this group, I don't think it's any shock to see the number 3 Fafa Fui favored. He raced so incredibly well off that long layoff. We didn't see him between around late November to more recently on July 24th, and he was ready to roll. The barn had this one ready, ran with a 72 Beyer speed figure, and he ended up winning by a neck in the end, and I thought overall it was a really good performance. He was able to sit just off the pace early on before making that late move, and he beat some nice horses in there, such as Hiatus and Dotted Line. Chris Husbands was aboard in that race in July and will stay aboard him here, so he is my top pick. The number 5, WW Springtime's an interesting one. This one out of the Elliott Sullivan barn, and Elliott has been here in the years past. He's not stabled here this year, but he's moved some horses here. He's been at Delaware Park more recently, and this one has those 4 efforts at Delaware Park, 3 while in the Sullivan barn. Was able to win kind of on that step up from 5,000 to 7,500, and those last 2 races have just been so tough. So he's going to drop in for the $6,250 tag. He's going to come here to 48 for the first time, but the barn's having a great year, winning at nearly 20%. And Sofia Vivas is booked to ride here. She had 3 mounts yesterday, 2 of which were winners. And finally, the number 6, Brady O'Brady, looks good here in the walking ring. He's on his toes. The breeze is kind of playing into that. But I will say, if you watched him prior to his last effort, he was very rambunctious. You would have no idea that he's 9 years old. And he technically finished second in that race, but the winner, Dotted Line, did cause some interference out of the gate and was actually disqualified. So Brady O'Brady picked up that 7th lifetime win. Prior to that, we've only seen him one other time in 2023. And he also ran a very game second behind Artie, my boy, who he will have to face once again today. But just watching him go around here, he definitely is feeling himself today, and I thought that was a positive sign last time out. So I use him underneath. The hotter the pace, the better for Brady O'Brady, as he typically closes from off of it. But for me, top pick, no surprise here, the number 3, Fafa Fui, who in the past, he's been able to run well off the layoff the first start, but even better the second time off the layoff. Good luck here in the second.
Horses are making their way on track for today's second race. It's a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won 2 races in 2023. Going to travel 6 furlongs for a claiming price of $62.50 down to $6,000. Race 2 offers Win Play Show, Exactor, 20-cent try, Double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 4 wagering. That pool is guaranteed at $10,000. Number 1 is Artie, My Boy. Kirk Johnson rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Number 2 is Beast from the East. Juan Crawford in the saddle for trainer Mario Maver and owner Jennifer Gutierrez. Number 3 is Fa Fa Fooey. Chris Husbands has the call for trainer Sharon Chicato and owner Jim Vatier. Number 4 is Be the Change. Jeffrey Alderson rides for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. Number 5 is WW Springtime. Sofia Vivez rides for owner-trainer Elliott Sullivan. Completing the field, number 6 is Brady O'Brady. Leo Salas has the call for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. $10,000 guaranteed early pick 4 coming up here in the second. We have 4 minutes to post. Starting gate is in position. Not much time left to get your race 2 wagers in. $10,000 guaranteed early pick 4 starts here. Race 2 field is heading up to the starting gate. It is now post time. 3-2 favorite is the Delaware Invader, number 5, WW Springtime. Close second choice at 8-5 is number 3, Fafa Fooey. 4-1 on the Rail Runner, Artie My Boy. $10,000 guaranteed early pick 4. Kicks off here in race 2. First to load will be Artie My Boy and Kirk Johnson. Goes up to the rail. Beast from the East with Juan Crawford to gate 2. Last out winner Fafa Fooey and Chris Husbands. Be the Change with Jeffrey Alderson. WW Springtime and Sofia Vivez. Last up will be Brady O'Brady with Leo Salas. All in line. And they're off. WW Springtime broke well with Fafa Fooey. Be the Change is splitting them. Along the rail, Artie My Boy is looking for position. Taking back is Brady O'Brady. The trailer is going to be Beast from the East. On the lead, it is WW Springtime under a hold. She's racing a half length better than Artie My Boy, who advances along the rail to start putting the pressure on. Artie My Boy sticks his head in front, making it 3 across the track. Fafa Fooey is also right there, putting WW Springtime in a spot between horses. 3 wide is Be the Change. Then we go back to Brady O'Brady, and taking up at the back is Beast from the East. The quarter is 22-4. It is Fafa Fooey and WW Springtime, both a neck better than Artie My Boy. Be the Changes angling to the far outside to make a bid and also inching closer. Here comes Brady O'Brady. Beast from the East is distanced. They swing for home. Fafa Fooey and WW Springtime. The favorites are locked in battle. Angling out looking for a run. Here comes Brady O'Brady looking live. Fafa Fooey shakes off WW Springtime. Brady O'Brady surging down the outside. 3 across the track. Fafa Fooey looking for the wire. Brady O'Brady, one last push, coming down to the line. Fafa Fooey holds on. Brady O'Brady was second, WW Springtime and then Be the Change, 111 flat. In the photo, number 3, Fa Fa Fooey, comes out on top of the number 6, Brady O'Brady. Third is the 5, WW Springtime, and fourth, number 4, Be the Change. Unofficial race 2 order is 3654. Back to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's second race, number 3, Fa Fa Fooey. Fa Fa Fooey is a 7-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by alternation out of Alta Love, bred in Florida by Woodford Thoroughbreds. Ridden to victory today by leading rider Christopher Husbands, Fa Fa Fooey is trained by Sharon Chicotto for owner Jim Vitier. Fa Fa Fooey now 2 for 2 in 2023. That's his 11th career win, completing the 6 furlongs in a time of 1:11 flat. Hold all tickets until race 2 is made official. It's official. Fa Fa Fooey pays $6.90, $4.10, and $2.40. Number 6, Brady O'Brady, $7.30 and $3.20. And number 5, WW Springtime, $2.30. The $2 exacta, $3.6, $34.50. $1 try, $3.65. $54 even. $1 super, $3.654, $98.45. And the $2 double, $1.3, $37 even. On screen now, the win photo for race 2. Mark your calendars. The 88th running of the Prince of Wales Stakes will be held on Tuesday, September 12th. And we want to wish a happy birthday to Sabine from the gang. Happy birthday, Sabine, from all of your friends and family here at Fort Erie Racetrack. Changes for race 3, an overweight on number 1, Lunatica, 3 pounds over at 120. Vet scratch to number 6, Hear Me Knocking. And an overweight on number 6, Santiago Salsa, 1 pound over at 113. 16 minutes to post.
Race 3 is up next at 1.70 miles, a $6,250 claiming event, non-winners of 2 life. Just one scratch in here of the number 2, Hear Me Knocking. So that leaves us a field with 5 going postward. And we'll start with the number 5 in here, that being Timids for trainer Richard Davis. Now, I know his record leaves some things to be desired. He is just 1 for 21 in his career, but I really thought last time out we saw some improvement. 3 starts ago, he's able to graduate. Yes, it was on the turf. Then they cut him back slightly to 6.5, which in distance it is a little bit of a cutback, but it's also losing a turn. And I thought last time out, 2 turns on the dirt really hit him in the right spot. He just got caught late by Feeling, who was able to kind of repeat, was graduated in the prior start, came back and was able to rattle off that second victory in a row. And this one just missed by a nose. I thought he was home free. That just wasn't the case. So I think looking at who he's going to face in here today, he is the horse to beat. But he's going to have to face a newcomer in here, the number 3, Golden Cella. This one trained by Elliott Sullivan. Tried the turf last time out in a pretty tough spot. Was in for 16,000 at Delaware Park. It was a soft turf course. It's just probably not the ideal circumstances. Plus, you're factoring in quite the layoff. We hadn't seen this one since April at Mahoning Valley, and I just think you can draw a line through that race. It should improve second time out on the drop, and also getting around 2 turns on the dirt. When you look on his 2 best races, his maiden score and the prior start, both at a mile, he was forwardly placed, got good trips, and in that race back on March 15th, he was simply second best. Modus was just crushing the competition in that race, and then this one was able to crush the competition in his following start. So I think that's kind of the key for him going long on the dirt. Sophia Vivas booked to ride, rode the other horse for Elliott just a race ago. And then finally from here, kind of a wide open event. Did go to the filly, the number 1, Luna Tika out of the Joe Humber barn. Thought she raced pretty well last time out. She was in only for 5,000 against her peers, against other fillies and mares, and simply was second best. Too sweet for me. Ran off the page, but she did show some late interest. This filly I thought did close nicely. You look at her 2-turn race of the year. Yes, it was on the turf, but again, it raced pretty well. Silent but Violent, Seeds of Grandeur kind of stamped themselves as true turf horses, and they've had their best performances on the grass, and that was kind of a known factor for her, but I do think the distance helped her, so I do like her stretching back out. But we all know it is tough to face your male rivals, but we'll see if she can at least get a piece in here in this compact field. But for me, go to the 5, Timmins as my top pick. Good luck.
Horses are making their way on track for today's 3rd race. It's a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. We're going to go 1 mile and 70 yards for a claiming price of $62.50 down to $6,000. Race 3 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 5 wagering. That pool is guaranteed at $10,000. Number 1 is Lunatica. Leo Salas rides for trainer Joe Humber and owner MM Racing Stables. Scratch the 2. Number 3 is Golden Cella. Sofia Vivez rides for trainer Elliott Sullivan and owner Patsy Sullivan. Number 4 is Erie Island Man. Kirk Johnson in the saddle for trainer Dale Powell and owner Uton Wallace. Number 5 is Timmins. Ishmael Mosquera has the call for trainer Richard Davis and owner Bruno Chickadans. Completing the field, number 6 is Santiago Salsa. Alexis Sanchez pilots for owner-trainer Howard Keene. 2 minutes to post for race 3. Field for race 3 is heading up to the starting gate. Loading to begin shortly. It is now post time. 4 to 5 favorite is the number 5 Timmins. 8 to 5 second choice, the number 3 Golden Cella coming up from Delaware Park. 7 to 2 on the rail runner Lunatica. Field of 5 to kick off the late pick 5. We're going to go 1 mile and 70 yards. First to go up will be the filly Lunatica with Leo Salas. Lunatica steps in. Golden Cella with Sofia Vivez. Erie Island Man with Kirk Johnson. The favorite, Timmins, Ishmael Mosquera in the colors of Bruno Chicadans. Last up will be Santiago Salsa with Alexis Sanchez. All in line. And they're off. Erie Island Man broke sharply. Here comes Timmins also showing speed, ridden along. Golden Cella is pushed for position and is going to make the lead. It's Golden Cella on top with Erie Island Man second. Advancing along the inside to third is Lunatica. Timmins is fourth in the 3-path, and looking for the rail is Santiago Salsa. Field of 5 is separated by about 4 lengths. It's Golden Cella on top, 1.5 to Erie Island Man. In a good spot from third is Lunatica. Fourth, 1.5 back to Timmins, and still at the back is Santiago Salsa. The quarter was a moderate, 24 seconds flat. They turn into the backstretch, and it is Golden Cella opening up 2. Erie Island Man is still sitting in second. Advancing on the outside, Timmins has put his head in front of Lunatica for third. Another 2 back to Santiago Salsa. They're bunched up as they race down the backstretch. Just over a half mile to go. Golden Cella's lead is down to a half length as Erie Island Man begins to inch closer. 48-1 for the half. Timmins at 2 to 5 is third on the outside of Lunatica. It's another 2 back to Santiago Salsa, who only has 4 lengths to make up on the leader. 3/8 of a mile left to go. Golden Cella has shaken clear of Erie Island Man, but Timmins is moving in quickly. Santiago Salsa also gets going. Lunatica now at the back. Just over a quarter of a mile to go. Timmins and Golden Cella now head and head. Timmins now a clear leader, 1:13-4 for 6 furlongs. At the head of the lane, the lead has changed. It is Timmins. Golden Cella second. Santiago Salsa rallying down the outside, has to make up 4 lengths on Timmins, who's moving strongly in the final 1/8 of a mile. It is Timmins going to live up to the 2 to 5 promise. He's extending the lead. He's up by 5. Timmins and Ishmael Mosquera. Santiago Salsa going to be second. It's tight for show between Golden Cella and Erie Island Man, 1:43-4. Unofficial in race 3, the winner is number 5, Timmins. Second, number 6, Santiago Salsa. It's a photo for show. Hold all tickets. In the show photo, it's number 3, Golden Cella over the number 4, Erie Island Man. Unofficial race 3 order, 5-6-3-4. Race 3 is now official. Back to the winner's circle, the official winner of today's third race, number 5, Timmins. Timmins is a 4-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Mineshaft out of Beauty and the Beast. Bred here in Ontario by Kathleen Kemp, Timmins was ridden to victory today by Ishmael Mosquera for trainer Richard Davis. That's another one for leading owner Bruno Schickadans. Lifetime win number 2 for Timmins, his second of the 2023 season. An easy score, completing the 1 mile and 70 yards in a time of 1:43 and 4. Timmins returns 280, 220, and 210. That's the 2 to 5 favorite. Number 6, Santiago Salsa, 570 and 250. And number 3, Golden Cella, 210. $2 exacta, 5.6, 12.20. The $1 try, 5.63. $13.80, the $1 super. 5.634, 23.50. $2 double, 3.5, 11.10. And the $1 pick 3, 25.15. On screen now, the show photo for race 3. Racing is back next week at Fort Erie, Sunday, August 13th. We're going to have our 105 first post for Basset Hound Day. Then we'll be back on Tuesday, August 15th with first post at 4:30. As a reminder, that means there will be no racing on Monday next week. No races on Monday, August 14th. Race 4 coming up in 21 minutes. The only change is an overweight on the number 7 My Song Baby. 1 pound over at 121. And as we celebrate 80s night here at Fort Erie Racetrack, we want to throw it back to some classic movie clips from some 80s classics.
Ready? Ready? Get her!
We'd like to get a sample of your brain tissue.
Okay.
I love this town!
If there's something strange in your neighborhood, who you gonna call? If there's something...
Race 4 is our first event today on the turf course at a distance of about 5 furlongs. $4,000 maiden claimers take the spotlight here. A field of 7 will go postward. And looking at this group, we're going to start with the number 5, Misty's Pride, who arguably comes in here off one of his best races so far. He resulted in a second place finish, only missed by 2.5 lengths. And when you watch the trip, this horse was tracking in second throughout, and the winner, Unbridled Inferno, really was closing late in that race, made a move just past the half and just was able to kind of run everyone down and looked very good in that performance. So I just thought the big thing was Misty's Pride's best 2 races have been over the turf course. You can see that most recent performance, and then also 2 starts back. This horse is in for the $7,000 tag, going today's 5/8 distance, and finished 4th, beaten by just a length and a half. Chris Husbands has been aboard for both of those efforts and sticks with this 4-year-old son of Gamble's Exchange. So I do use him on top. The number 4, Lemons and Diamonds, a new face here to Fort Erie. Also going to try the turf for the first time. Now, she's by Lemon Drop Kid out of a Southern Image mare, and in terms of the pedigree, a half-sibling has done fairly well overseas over the synthetic, which would make you think maybe this horse will be okay on the turf, as those surfaces sort of play similarly. And also to note, this one started her career on the synthetic at Presque Isle, and I know that the margins are pretty big. Was 3rd beaten by 10, 5th beaten by 6 1/4, but she actually split that field. I think those races might be a little bit better than they appear on paper, and I think maybe the surface change is what she needs. Most recently was a well-beaten 3rd at odds of 28-1 at Delaware Park, while in for a $5,000 tag. This is technically a drop for her once again, and Elliott has shipped a couple horses here. No winners yet on the day, but the horses have run fairly well, so I do use this one. Gets a little bit of a weight break as well, sticks with a 5-pound bug in here. And then finally, I was torn between the 7, My Song Baby, a new acquisition of the Julie Mathis barn, in the 2 first round. I did go to the Joe Humber trainee first round. I think looking at some of those turf races, I'm going to draw a line through that most recent, just really didn't fire at all, and kind of a quick turnaround. So maybe something went amiss, and they've kind of figured that out. But I will say, in that first start here at Fort Erie, going 7/8, well in for a tag of $6,250. First round did flash some early foot and tried to kind of, take it to him early and did tire. In the other starts, they tried some different tactics where this one rated, tried to close from off of it, and that only start at the 5/8 distance. So I wonder what the tactics will be today. In my opinion, not a ton of pace on paper, so his first round maybe flash some speed like he has in the past, and maybe can handle it at the abbreviated distance. I don't know, but I thought this horse was maybe sneaky in here and one to use. But I do go to the Ken Albu trainee, the number 5, Misty's Pride is my top pick. Best of luck here in the 4th, and don't forget this kicks off the late pick 4.
Horses are making their way on track for today's 4th race. It's a maiden claimer for 3-year-olds and up, going about 5 furlongs over the turf course. Racing for a claiming price of $4,000 down to $3,750. Race 4 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 4 wagering. That pool is guaranteed at $10,000. Number 1 is Chicago Freddy. Pierre Mailhot rides for trainer Jimmy Goldenberg and owners Princeton Farms, Nelson Ham, and Glenn Bechtal. Number 2 is First Round. Lenny Cicheran has the call for trainer Joe Humber and owner Centennial Farms Niagara Incorporated. Also from the shed row of Joe Humber is number 3, El Bandolero. Brandon Boulanger rides. The owners are Racing Stables. Number 4 is Lemons and Diamonds. Sophia Vivez rides for trainer Elliott Sullivan and owner Bruno Chickadans. Number 5 is Miss D's Pride. Chris Husband's in the saddle for trainer Ken Albu and owner Six Brothers Stable. Number 6 is My Rote. Leo Salas rides for trainer Mario Maver and owner Jennifer Gutierrez. Completing the field, number 7 is My Song Baby. Steve Jadu has the call for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Chickadans. 4 minutes to post for race number 4. We're on the turf to kick off the $10,000 guaranteed late pick 4. Horses crossing onto the turf course before the gate takes position. Not much time left to get your race 4 wagers in. $10,000 guaranteed late pick 4 kicks off here. Field for race 4 heading up to the starting gate. It is now post time. Even money favorite is the number 5, Misty's Pride. 5-2 second choice, number 4, Lemons and Diamonds. Field of 7 to kick off the late pick 4. We've got 2 turf races in the sequence. Set to begin loading, Chicago Freddy, the first to go up under Pierre Mailhot. Goes in. First round, Lenny Cicheran in the Silks of Centennial Farms. El Bandolero with Brandon Boulanger. Lemons and Diamonds with Sofia Vivez. Misty's Pride looks to give Chris Husbands his second win on the card. My Rote with Leo Salas. To the outside is My Song Baby with Steve Jadu. All set. And they're off. First round broke a little slowly. Misty's Pride is showing speed. Hard ridden from the outside is My Song Baby. And up the fence, here comes Chicago Freddy. It's 3 across the track early. First round is it skipped on the inside into 4th. Between horses is El Bandolero with Lemons and Diamonds. The trailer on the outside is My Rote. Chicago Freddy is burst clear to a 2-length lead as they race into the turn. Misty's Pride at 3-5 is racing from second. The opening quarter was 22-4. Third on the outside is My Song Baby. First round is 4th. It's a gap of 3 more back to El Bandolero, Lemons and Diamonds, and on the outside, My Rote. They swing for home. It is Chicago Freddy and Pierre Mailhot on top. Misty's Pride inching closer from second. Trying to come up the inside is El Bandolero. Deep on the track is My Song Baby. It is still Chicago Freddy, but diving to the lead, to the inside is Misty's Pride. Misty's Pride and Chicago Freddy head and head at the 16th pole. It is Misty's Pride now inching clear as they come down to the wire at 3-5. Misty's Pride. Chicago Freddy second, then Lemons and Diamonds and El Bandolero 59-4. Unofficial in race 4, the winner is number 5, Miss D's Pride. Second, the 1, Chicago Freddy. Third, number 4, Lemons and Diamonds. And fourth, number 3, El Bandolero. Unofficial race 4 order, 5-1-4-3. Back to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 4th race, number 5, Miss D's Pride. He's a 4-year-old bay gelding by Gamble's Exchange out of Miss D Teaches Me. Bred here in Ontario by Gus Diatalucas. Ridden to victory today by Christopher Husbands. Miss D's Pride is trained by Ken Albu for owner Six Brothers Stable. Breaking the maiden in attempt number 10, Miss D's Pride covered the about 5 furlongs on the turf course in a time of 59-4. Hold all tickets until race 4 is made official. It's official. Miss D's Pride returns 340, 220, and 210. Number 1, Chicago Freddy, $5 and 320. And number 4, Lemons and Diamonds, $3 even. $2 exacta, 5-1, 1620, the $1 try. 5-1-4, 22.35. $1 super, 5-1-4-3, $192.25. $2 double, a pair of fives, $5.20, and the $1 pick 3, $10.20. Show photo for race 4 is on screen now. Be sure to come out on Sunday, August 13th for the 2023 Basset Hound Races, dog racing event sponsored by Pet Food Outlet and Dave McMahon Dog Training Academy. Race 5 is coming up in 20 minutes. There are no changes. And if you haven't seen it yet, take a look on screen now. Some footage of our arcade going on downstairs at the moment.
Seven fillies and mares will square off here in race number 5, a $5,000 claiming event. Now, looking at these fillies and mares, they either have not won 4 races in their career or a race in 2023, and they'll go 6 furlongs here on the dirt. And looking at this group, I think it's the number 2 Remember Old Times race to win. I think when you look at her performances, obviously last year she was dazzling here. She was able to rally off 3 back-to-back wins and made it look pretty easy. This year hasn't been the case. She hasn't been to the winner's circle yet, but she is coming to this race off her best effort so far. It was a second place finish where I thought it was a big field. It was a competitive field. She was in for the $5,000 tag, going slightly shorter at 5.5 furlongs, and she made a pretty nice late move in there to only miss by a length behind Who Snell Flicka, who's now a 3-time winner in 2023 and was able to score an upset yesterday. I think she paid $10.80 to win in a race, and that was her 3rd win. She's very quick from the gate, and I think when you kind of look at that and factor in Remember Old Times' performance, she was simply just chasing the pace, and sometimes you're at a disadvantage, but I do think she raced very well. That was the first time Chris Husbands was aboard this one and sticks with her in here, and he's had a good day so far. Now, the number 5, Jungle Goddess, the barn's looking for their 2nd win on the day. They won earlier with Fa Fa Fui. The question for me with Jungle Goddess is the conditions. This is a horse that really likes when there is some moisture in the racetrack, and you can see 0 for 6 in the money on a fast dirt track, and that's the surface that she's going to get today. So that leaves me with some reservations. I will say, though, at her best, she could certainly handle this field. I just would have wished, and I think her connections might have wished, there was some rain showers for her. Leo Salas has been successful, was able to win with her 3 starts back over a sloppy surface while in for the $7,000 tag in gate-to-wire fashion with a 61 buyer speed figure. So wasn't sure what to make of her at her best. As I mentioned, she could be a factor in here. And then finally, the number 1, Westpaw. That's one of the Julie Mathis barn, a 6-year-old daughter of Frack Daddy. When you look at her kind of form, earlier this year she was second up at Woodbine, well in for the $7,000 tag. Then she kind of took it to him in the following start and tired to finish fifth in a race where the runner-up, Wicked Mia, came back to win next out. Cozy Valentine's a horse that we've seen win here at Fort Erie in the season. She was just in some tougher spots when she first came to Fort Erie. You can see Jara, Gambala, Cozy Valentine in that race, 3 back, and then even 2 starts back. She really wasn't able to run, but last time she went 6.5, and she was able to close from off of it. It was her best start and finish so far this year. She was second, beaten by just a length and 3/4 at a price. And is there a Forest One? Like she should have. She was favored in that spot. So it was nice to see Westpaw get back on track last time out. Now going to try that 6 furlong distance. Melanie Pinto's been aboard for the last 2 and sticks with her here. But for me, I thought the number 2, Remember Old Times, was the horse to beat. Josh Robillard, the trainer, he's been off to it was a good start, but really the last couple weeks he's picked it up at the meet. Good luck.
Horses are making their way on track for today's 5th race. It's a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race in 2023, or which have never won 4 races. We're going to go 6 furlongs for a claiming price of $5,000 down to $4,750. Race 5 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and 20-cent pick 3 wagering. Number 1 is Westpaw. Melanie Pinto rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owner David Mathis. Number 2, Remember Old Times. Chris Husbands in the saddle for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. Number 3 is JMR Bold Vision. Brandon Boulanger rides for trainer Ken Albu and owner JMR Racing Incorporated. Number 4 is Orbiting the Sky. Steve Jadu in the saddle for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Number 5 is Jungle Goddess. Leo Salas has the call for trainer Sharon Chicato and owner Jim Vitier. Number 6 is Cozy Cat. Amanda Vandermeersch rides for trainer Daryl Ezra and owner Larry Hutchison. Completing the field, number 7 is Luema. The rider is Michael David, trained by Mike Blake for owners Ascot Stud, James Wilworth, and Rachel Stalker Parks. 3 minutes to post for race 5. Starting gate taking position, not much time left to get your race 5 wagers in. Race 5 field heading up to the starting gate. It is now post time. The 8 to 5 choice is number 2, Remember Old Times. 5 to 2 second choice, number 5, Jungle Goddess. 4 to 1 on number 6, Cozy Cat, and 9 to 2 on the Rail Runner, Westpaw. Set to begin loading, field of 7 to kick off the final pick 3 on today's card. First up will be Westpaw with Melanie Pinto. Remember Old Times and Chris Husbands. JMR Bold Vision with Brandon Boulanger. Orbiting the Sky with Steve Jadu. Jungle Goddess and Leo Salas. Cozy Cat with Amanda Vandermeersch. Last up will be Luema with Michael David. All in line. Looks like JMR Bold Vision a bit fractious in the starting gate. Brandon Boulanger getting set on JMR Bold Vision. All set. Not quite. Riders off of Orbiting the Sky. Rider also off of Jungle Goddess. Might have a slight delay here before the start of race 5. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late scratch being announced here for the first time by advice of the track veterinarian. Scratch to number 5, Jungle Goddess. Any wagers, win, play, show, exactor, try, superfecta, and the daily double that starts in this race on the number 5 Jungle Goddess will be refunded. If you are live to Jungle Goddess in any multi-race wagers, pick 3, pick 4, pick 5, you will inherit the post-time favorite. A consolation double will be paid on the double beginning in race 4. Once again, here in race 5, late vet scratch of the number 5 Jungle Goddess. And they're off. Cozy Cat broke sharply. Remember Old Times is also showing up with JMR Bold Vision between them. Luema is racing from 4th on the outside of Westpaw, who's saving ground, 3 lengths better than the trailer, Orbiting the Sky. It is Remember Old Times, who's opened up a 2-length advantage, bet down to 1-2 in the final click. Second on the outside is Cozy Cat with Westpaw gaining steadily into the place spot along the rail, past an opening quarter in 23 seconds flat. Sharing 4th are Luema and Jagomar Bold Vision, then another 2 back to Orbiting the Sky. The field is spread out by about 7 lengths. They're within the final 3/8 of a mile, and Remember Old Times is loose on the lead. Westpaw is in second on the inside of Cozy Cat. Luema is gaining ground in the 3 path. 3 lengths better than Jagomar Bold Vision, and Orbiting the Sky continues to trail. A half mile in 46 and 4. It is Remember Old Times on top. Westpaw second with Luema deep on the track. Cozy Cat stalling between them. It is Remember Old Times opening up 6 at the 8th pole. Remember Old Times looks to have opened up an insurmountable margin. Luema is into second past Westpaw. Then we have Orbiting the Sky rallying, but nobody is going to get to Remember Old Times. Remember Old Times gives Chris Husbands a triple on the card. Orbiting the Sky rallied for second over Luema. 1:11 and 3. Unofficial in race 5, the winner is number 2, Remember Old Times. Second, number 4, Orbiting the Sky. Third, number 7, Luema. And fourth, number 1, Westpaw. Unofficial race 5 order, 2-4-7-1. Back to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 5th race, number 2, Remember Old Times. She's a 4-year-old bay filly by Society's chairman out of Skybound, bred here in Ontario by Susan Foreman. That's a riding triple for Chris Husbands on today's card of racing. Remember Old Times is trained by Josh Robillard for Radcliffe Racing Stable. Her first win of 2023, 4th career victory. Remember Old Times completed the 6 furlongs in a time of 1:11 and 3. Presentation being made to the winning connections of Remember Old Times by tonight's concert sponsor, Robbins Real Estate. Race 5 is now official. Remember Old Times pays $3, $2.10 and $2.10. Number 4, Orbiting the Sky, $5.40 and $3.30. And number 7, Luema, $3.40. $2 exacta, $2.4, $11.40. $1 try, $2.47, $24.85. $1 super, $2.471, $55.60. The $2 double, $5.2, returns $5.30. Consolation double with the late scratch number 5, $3.10. $1 pick 3, $4.20. The $1 pick 4, $18.35. And the $1 pick 5, $74.55. Attention, with the owner of an Ontario license plate Honda SUV, license plate AJCZ537. Your lights are on. Please tend to your vehicle immediately. Once again, that's a Honda SUV with the Ontario license plate AJCZ537. Your lights are on. Please tend to your vehicle. "20 minutes to post for race 6. The only change is an overweight. The number 2 Raging Bear, 1 pound over at 121.
Race 6 is our feature race and allowance event for the males. Non-winners of 2 life set to go 6.5 furlongs here on the main track. And I thought on paper 2 horses stood out, that being the number 2 Raging Baron, the 3 Ernie's Martini. And I did give the 3 a slight edge here. Now, last time out, made that first dirt start, also the first start for Kevin Buttigieg, and it was a winning one, a very impressive win. This one once called upon, and once he figured out what he was supposed to do, he opened up by 3 1/4 lengths. The other horses were kind of chasing and trying to close and catch up to him, but they couldn't in the end. Chris Husbands has had a great day so far. Just picked up another one in the last race with the number 2, Remember the Old Time. So you'll see if he can get, I believe, his 4th win of the day here. Now, I think the main rivals, too, is inside the number 2, Raging Baron. Nick Maloney Jr. doesn't typically wheel horses back this quickly. This horse raced on August 1st, now racing 7 days later. I pulled up a stat here over the last 5 years. Nick has only done this 9 times. He's won 3 of those races, and he's been in the money 56% of the time. So I think that the connections have some confidence bringing him back so quickly, and I think if you watch the replay, a Kevin Buttigieg horse was able to win that race. But the big thing with Raging Bear is his prior races were on the turf or the synthetic up at Woodbine. He was typically fast out of the gate. And he got kickback in his face for the first time. You could see throughout the race he was running with his head up. And once he got to the clear and didn't have the dirt in his face, he did make a late move to finish 3rd in that field. And I have a feeling if he breaks sharp, this might be a send mission here. He's also going to cut back from 1.70 yards to 6.5, and that might really help his chances as well. So on paper, I think it's one of these 2 that will likely find themselves in the winner's circle. And then rounding out my top 3 is the number 5, Working Out. He's been a little bit disappointing. You can see in his last 3 efforts, he's gone off favored each and every time, and he hasn't fared too well. Now, I will say, if you look at the race, 3 back, he's faced out a next winner in the terms of Hadash's Devil. 2 back, Core was able to win, I believe, 3 races in a row. Morning Thoughts came back to win. More recently, he couldn't keep up with Wilberforce. Wilberforce had broken his maiden in the prior race on the dirt, then tried the turf finally, which was his pedigree. So he really has faced some nice horses, but as I said, he's gone off favorite. He hasn't been able to put it all together. They've tried different tactics. They've had him towards the back of the pack. They've had him closer to the front, and it just hasn't worked out. But I will say, if you look at his races, his best one was at a comparable distance, going a little bit shorter at the 6 furlong distance against non-winners of 3 lifetime. He actually finished 2nd, beaten by a length and a half. He was forwardly placed and just got caught at the end. And just kind of watching him here right now in the walking ring, in my opinion, this is probably one of the best times he's been in terms of behavior. He's been pretty relaxed so far, so we'll see what he does when he gets onto the track. But thought it was a 2-horse race on paper between the 2 and the 3, and I did go to the 3, Ernie's Martini. Good luck here in the 6th.
Horses are making their way on track for today's 6th race. It's an allowance race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races, traveling 6 1/2 furlongs. Race 6 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, and 20-cent superfecta wagering. Number 1 is Action Point. Emil Ramsamy rides for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Andrew Weems. Nick Malini Jr. owns and trains the number 2 Raging Bear. The rider is Helen Vanek. Number 3 is Ernie's Martini. Chris Husband's in the saddle for trainer Kevin Buttigieg and owners Stephen Chesney and Corey Hoffman. John Sims owns and trains the number 4 Victory March, ridden today by Jeffrey Alderson. Completing the field, number 5 is Working Out. Amanda Vandermeer's pilots for trainer Lane Gilliforty and owner Chiefswood Stable. 4 minutes to post for race 6. Two minutes to post. Race 6 field heading towards the starting gate, about to start heading behind. It is now post time. Very competitive betting board here. They're between 2-1 and 9-2. The current favorite is number 3, Ernie's Martini, a last out winner. 5-2 second choice, number 2, Raging Bear. 3-1 on numbers 1, Action Point, and 4, Victory March. And 4-1 on number 5, Action Point. All 5 in with a shot as they begin heading behind the starting gate. First up will be Action Point with Emil Ramsamy. Action Point to the rail. Raging Bear and Helen Vanek. Chris Husband's looking for his 4th win on the card. He's aboard Ernie's Martini. Victory March and Jeffrey Alderson. Last up will be Working Out, Amanda Vandermeersch and the Silks of Chiefswood Stable. All in line. And they're off. Ernie's Martini broke sharply with Working Out. Raging Bear is also showing speed from the inside. The top 3 stack up, 1.5 lengths better than Victory March, who races on the outside of Action Point. They race onto the backstretch. It is Raging Bear coming out a neck on top of Ernie's Martini. Working Out is back into 3rd on the far outside. On heels is Action Point with Victory March racing between horses. The whole field is spread by about 2 lengths. They went the opening quarter in 23 flat. Here comes Action Point sneaking up the rail, but can't take the lead from Raging Bear, who opens up a length. Ernie's Martini is in striking position on the outside. Deep on the track is Working Out. Victory March now trails between horses. Onto the far turn they go, less than 3/8 of a mile. It is Raging Bear up by 2. Working Out and Ernie's Martini share 2nd. Action Point 3rd along the rail, and Victory March is on the outside. The half mile was 45-4. They're creeping closer to Raging Bear, but they still haven't reached him as they swing for home. It's Raging Bear on top. Action Point, Ernie's Martini, Working Out, and here comes Victory March down the far outside. Raging Bear up by 2. Victory March has surged into 2nd, still has to gain on Raging Bear. Raging Bear has a short lead. Victory March coming. Raging Bear, Victory March, Raging Bear, Victory March, last to 1st. Raging Bear was 2nd, then Action Point and Ernie's Martini, 117 flat. Unofficial in race 6, the winner is number 4, Victory March. 2nd, number 2, Raging Bear. Photo for show, hold all tickets. In the show photo, it's number 1, Action Point, over the number 3, Ernie's Martini. Unofficial race 6 order is 4-2-1-3. Back to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 6th race, number 4, Victory March. Victory March is a 5-year-old chestnut gelding by McLean's Music out of Victory on Tap, bred in Kentucky by Judy Hicks. Rallying from the back under Jeffrey Alderson, Victory March is owned and trained by John Sims. That's a training double for Sims on today's card. Victory March earns his first win of 2023 and second lifetime, completing the 6 1/2 furlongs in a time of 1:17 flat. Hold all tickets until race 6 is made official. It's official. Victory March was bet down to 8-5, returns 540, 260, and 220. Number 2, Raging Bear, 350 and 250, and number 1, Action Point, 250. $2 exacta, 4-2, 1350. The $1 try, 4-2-1, 1385. $1 super, 4-2-1-3, 2675. The $2 double, 2-4, $10.40. And the $1 pick 3, $7.35. On screen now is the show photo for race 6. Jackpot High Five wagering offered here in race 7. Be the only winning ticket to take home the whole jackpot. The carryover is $41,898. Changes for race 7. A rider change on number 1, Super Follow. Make the rider Amanda Vandermeersch and correct the weight to 115 pounds. Vet scratch the number 4, Silent Creek. And a rider change on number 8, Ashwicken. Make the rider Jeffrey Alderson. 16 minutes to post.
Nothing comes close to this. Elegant avatars of speed, sprinting towards glory. Hands grip with white-knuckled hope. Seats become decoration. As fearless drivers take flight, and it's closer than you think. Visit OntarioRacing.com.
And we're off at Assiniboine Downs. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. First post, 7:30 p.m. Central Time. Watch and wager with some of the lowest takeout rates in the industry. $50,000 pick 4 guaranteed pool. Jackpot pick 5 and over $1 million in daily wagering. We're bringing weekend quality racing to weeknights. Watch ASD Live. For more information, visit asdowns.com.
We wrap up the card here with a maiden special weight event at about 7 furlongs on the turf of fillies and mares. A really nice field of 9 because we do have one scratch in here of the number 4, Silent Creek. And it's an interesting race. We have a couple horses trying the turf for the first time, other horses that are shipping in, say, from Woodbine and just trying maybe new surroundings. And I'm actually going to go with a horse that's going to try the grass for the first time. One of 2 for trainer Mickey Neubauer in here, owned by Charles Fipke. I'm going to go with the 6, Perfection Saver, as my top pick. She's a 4-year-old daughter of Super Saver. When you dive into the pedigree, I think there's some stuff there that might suggest the grass will kind of turn things around for her, but really, she hasn't been that bad in her career so far. She just has those 3 starts under her belt. I thought her debut was really strong, and that was at Horseshoe Indy when she tackled maiden special weight competition, going a mile. I think the distance had a lot to do with it. She was pretty forwardly placed and just missed by a neck. Now, in her following 2 efforts, she's had little breaks in between them, both at the maiden special weight level. One was at the fairgrounds down in Louisiana. Didn't run at all, just really was never a factor, and then went back to Horseshoe Indy and finished a mid-pack 4th. And, you know, it wasn't what we saw on debut, but I don't think it was a bad effort. And I'm wondering if you look at those 2 races, one was at fairgrounds, maybe there was an excuse, and the other one was sprinting. Just by far, her best race was the debut and the only time going long. So she's going to get 2 turns today. She's going to try a new surface, and Melanie Pinto gets on these horses in the morning, and it looks like she obviously had a choice, and she went with this one. So I used Perfection Saver on top. From here, I go to the 3, I Got It Good, who I think could be maybe a factor in terms of pace. Finally tried the turf last time out against this maiden special weight level, though it was going longer at about a mile, and forwardly placed, had to really grind it out throughout, got pressured in that race, and ended up fading to finish 4th, beaten by just a length. And maybe the cutback today to 7/8 helps the chances. Chris Husbands booked to ride this one for trainer Joe Humber. And finally, I was torn between the 2, Holiday with Amy, and the 8, Ash Wicken. Ash Wicken was flying late last time, but I thought maybe a mile was probably the distance that she needed, only going 7/8 today. So I did go to the 2, Holiday with Amy, from the Pat Dixon barn for Colebrook Farms. When they ship down here, they ship with intent. They're 3 for 7 in the money this season. And this one has spotty form. If you look at those races this year, a little bit of that good, bad form sort of race here and there. It does have 2 second-place finishes, one of which was 2 starts back over the synthetic. And then if you go back to that race on May 19th. Now, it does have those 2 races under the belt on the turf course, but it's hard to know what to do with them. Obviously, the waters would have been deeper, and you can see that this one has faced several next-out winners. English Shirl, that winner of the race 3 back, came back to win next time out, and then 2 starts back, Very Gizmo. So curious to see this one. Leo Sales has the call, but a wide-open nightcap here. A field of 9 will go postward in just a couple of moments. Good luck.
Horses making their way on track for today's 7th and final race. It's a maiden allowance race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up. Going to travel about 7 furlongs over the turf course. Race 7 offers Win Play Show, Exactor, 20-cent try, 20-cent super, and 20-cent jackpot high five wagering. The carryover is in excess of $41,000. We'll come back to number 1. Number 2 is Holiday with Amy. Leo Salas rides for trainer Patrick Dixon and owner Colebrook Farms. Number 3 is I Got It Good. Chris Husbands pilots for trainer Joe Humber and owner Robert Elkins. Scratch to 4. Number 5 is Navy Blue Angel. Mark Lee Buchanan rides for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Stuart McQueen. Number 6 is Perfection Saver. Melanie Pinto rides for trainer Mickey Neubauer and owner Charles Fipke. Number 7 is Ms. Gemma. Brian Shane has the call for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Michael Bellissimo. Number 8 is Ashwicken. Jeffrey Alderson picks up the mount for trainer Gary Chidobiak and owner Terry Peon. Number 9 is Surprise Astray. Juan Crawford pilots for trainer Mario Maver and owner Jennifer Gutierrez. Number 10 is Loaded Mistress. Sofia Vives rides for trainer Desmond Maynard and owners Chris Manahar and Randy Barat. Fillies and Mares crossing onto the turf course. Not much time left to get your race 7 wagers in. Jackpot high five wagering offered here in the 7th. Field for race 7 is approaching the starting gate. It is now post time. Field of 9, maiden fillies and mares to close out the 80s night card. 5-2 favorite is currently number 3, I Got It Good. Second choice is number 2, Holiday with Amy. 5-1 on number 6, Perfection Saver, and number 8, Ashwicken. First to go up will be Super Follow with Amanda Vandermeersch. 1 of 2 for Mickey Neubauer and Charles Fipke. Holiday with Amy, Leo Salas. I Got It Good and Chris Husbands will come to gate 3. I Got It Good, proving a bit difficult behind the gate. Now I Got It Good goes in. Next up is Navy Blue Angel. First start off the claim, Mark Lee Buchanan aboard. Goes up. Perfection Saver, the second Mickey Neubauer, Charles Fipke entrant. Melanie Pinto aboard. Perfection Saver goes in. Ms. Gemma in the cheek pieces with Brian Shane. Ashwicken and Jeffrey Alderson. Surprise Astray ships in. Juan Crawford aboard. Last up will be Loaded Mistress with Sofia Vivez. Loaded Mistress reluctant to come up. Loaded Mistress almost in. In now. All set. And they're off. Pretty good break. I Got It Good is showing speed with Surprise Astray from the far outside and Navy Blue Angel going to split them as they race into the opening turn. It's 3 across the track. Racing in fourth along the inside is Holiday with Amy with Ms. Gemma to her outside. Deep on the track is Loaded Mistress. Perfection Saver saving ground. Ashwicken splits them, and it's well back to Super Follow, who's about 12 lengths off of the leader. Into the backstretch they go. Saving ground is I Got It Good, being hounded by Navy Blue Angel. After showing speed, Surprise Astray is back into third with Loaded Mistress and Holiday with Amy. 2 more back to Ms. Gemma, well spotted in fifth along the rail, 2 lengths better than Ashwicken. Then we have Perfection Saver, Loaded Mistress, and well back to Super Follow. The quarter was 24 seconds flat. I Got It Good has the lead, but here comes Surprise Astray with a second run. Navy Blue Angel begins to lose position. Holiday with Amy gaming on the inside with Ms. Gemma past a half and 48 flat. Ashwicken moving nicely into the race, 3 wide. Holiday with Amy now angles off the rail to make a bit at the leaders with Ashwicken. I Got It Good has been passed. Surprise Astray tiring. Ms. Gemma needs to do better. Here comes Perfection Saver trying to launch a rally on the rail as they swing for home. It's Holiday with Amy and Ashwicken dueling down the stretch. They've got the better of I Got It Good. Ms. Gemma and Perfection Saver trying to battle for the minor spots. It is Holiday with Amy and Ashwicken. They've locked horns in the final eighth of a mile. Ashwicken a bit better than Holiday with Amy. Holiday with Amy not giving in, coming down to the wire. That's a photo. I'm going to give the edge to Holiday with Amy, Ashwicken, then Perfection Saver, I Got It Good, and Ms. Gemma, 127 flat. Photo finish in the nightcap. Hold all tickets. In the photo, number 2, Holiday with Amy, comes out on top of the 8 Ashwicken. Third is number 6, Perfection Saver. Fourth, number 7, Ms. Gemma. Unofficial race 7 order is 2867. Race 7 is now official. Back to the winner's circle, the official winner of tonight's 7th race, number 2, Holiday with Amy. She's a 3-year-old bay filly by Amy's Holiday out of Proud Vixen. Bred here in Ontario by Colbrook Farms and Bear Stables. Ridden to victory today by Leo Salas, Holiday with Amy is trained by Patrick Dixon for Colbrook Farms. She breaks the maiden in attempt number 10, taking her Fort Erie debut, about 7 furlongs over the turf course in a time of 1:27 flat. Holiday with Amy returns 420, 280, and 230. Number 8, Ashwicken, 740 and 470. And number 6, Perfection Saver, 280. $2 Exacta, 28, $30.40. The $1 Try, 286, $50.90. $1 Super, 2867, $255.50. Multiple winning tickets in the Jackpot High Five. The $1 28673 combo returns $1,109.70. The carryover into Sunday's card will be $45,311.61. $2 double, 4-2, $13.80. The $1 pick 3, $8.75. $1 pick 4, $22.80. And the $1 pick 5, $29.10. On screen now, the win photo for race 7. Jackpot High Five carryover grows to $45,311. Take a chance at taking that down on Sunday. Tune into the pre-race show to get info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping selections, and info about upcoming races and events. Racing is back on Sunday, August 13th. First post is 1:05. For Basset Hound Day, Tuesday, August 15th, will be 4:30. And just a reminder, because of the Sunday races, there will be no racing on Monday, August 14th. So if you're on track with us tonight, be sure to stick around after we're done here. Free concert about to start by the Back to the 80s band right here at the Tiki Bar. 2023 Basset Hound races coming up on Sunday, August 13th. Mark your calendars. The 88th running of the Prince of Wales Stakes will be held on Tuesday, September 12th. Tune into your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. And if you're in the mood for some simulcast action, stick around. Our friends at Assiniboia Downs are racing tonight. First post will be 8:30. That concludes the racing week here at Fort Erie Racetrack. I want to thank everybody for joining us. Wish everybody a lovely Tuesday night. If you're on track, stick around and enjoy the concert by the Back to the 80s band. Have a great Tuesday night.